Hello, and welcome back to the 3 Up Moon live stream, everybody. Thanks for bearing with me if you sat through that first intro, but my name is Matt, otherwise known as 3 Up Moon, and I'm here live every single day around 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific at twitch.tv/3up_moon. Today we are continuing and finishing our full playthrough of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. It is part of an ongoing series I do on the channel, and not the only thing I stream on the channel, but we're doing an ongoing series where I'm playing through all of the Mario RPG games in full, and trying really not to do a speedrun, but just to absorb the game and just have some fun with it. We played and beat Super Mario RPG on Super Nintendo in its entirety, and we also played and beat Paper Mario 64. So you can go check those out, as well as every single one of my streams on my YouTube channel. All of my streams, when I'm done with them, I upload them in full, unedited, and you're able to catch them on your own time. So I noticed the last couple days we had some brand new people to the channel who missed out on a couple episodes of the playthrough. Well, you can go to my YouTube channel, just search 3up_moon on YouTube. You'll see my logo, and you'll be able to follow there and check out all the previous episodes. We also do spooky and horror and Halloween themed games all throughout October, and even outside of October, because I just love the Halloween aesthetic when it comes to video games and classic cartoons. If you're new to the whole community, I have a Discord community where I also do cartoon streaming, and we do streams of indie games and itch.io projects and more. I'm mostly known for kind of playing hacks, hard mode challenges, and randomizers of retro games. And if there was a randomizer for Mario and Luigi, I would absolutely play it in a heartbeat. But this series I've been really enjoying because I've been playing the games vanilla as they are and just really absorbing them. Where are we in the game? Well, Bowser and Cackletta have fused into Bowletta. So essentially, Cackletta has taken over Bowser's castle. We stopped an incoming invasion from the Mushroom Kingdom, Bowletta invading Queen Bean's Bean Kingdom, and we started into the Koopaling Gauntlet. Much like the end of Super Mario RPG, we are in Bowser's castle. We are taking on a whole bunch of different rooms and challenges and fighting all the bosses. In Super Mario RPG, you fight like a bunch of repeat doppelgangers of the bosses you fought up to this point. In this game, Bowletta calls upon the 7 Koopalings from Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, and you have to do a gauntlet and face off against each of them, which I think is really neat. I've actually said this to myself when playing Super Mario World or Super Mario, like newer Super Mario Brothers games. It would be really cool to have a boss rush of every single one of the Koopalings, and then you fight Bowser at the very end of the game, like officially, not just like someone's custom Super Mario Maker level. But yeah, this is neat. There's been a lot of visual references, even though this game isn't isometric, but there's been a lot of like environmental design references and musical references and visual references to some of the characters and moments in Super Mario RPG. So big round of applause to Alpha Dream. Unfortunately, isn't a company anymore, but Alpha Dream for taking the essence of Super Mario RPG, why we really love that collaboration between Nintendo and Square, and keeping it going with this series. This is still not the one I've played the most. I've actually played Partners in Time more than any of them, and we're going to be playing the 1,000-Year Door next in this series, so it'll be a bit of time before we dive into that one. But I've had a blast with this. I highly recommend checking out Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and there's also an exclusive Japanese-only manga that tells the story, if you're interested in that as well, if you're interested in comics and manga. So don't go away. Thank you so much for your patience and for sitting through another intro, because again, these are unedited and this one will go to YouTube. We have Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga up next. wanna take a moment and thank the people who have subscribed on Twitch and Twitter. And all those people who have subscribed on YouTube and are new Twitch followers. Thank you Idarama, and thank you Raboot91, and thank you Kai Cat, the Gaming Cat, and thank you Lord Loki Asgard, and thank you Stegosaurus McCartney, and thank you Henny Blank 01. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you showing up on the regular and keeping those subs going, the new follows, and the new subscriptions. Thank you to Super Wormy as well. Alright folks, you should be able to see the game, hear the game, and see and hear me. Let's go. Happy Wednesday. Did a bunch of errands today, went to a brand new to me at least, cinnamon bun shop down the street, and didn't even get a sweet cinnamon bun. I got a coffee and a savory cinnamon bun without cinnamon. A savory bun. Had a great walk, got some errands done for work. And we're right at the end, folks. We are basically, as you can see, this looks a lot like Bowser's Castle in Super Mario RPG as well, near the end of when we were taking on Smithy's forces and Smithy. It kind of has become a little bit of a tradition in some of the Mario RPG games to have the main villain take over and take residence in Bowser's Castle. For some reason, it's sought after. And let's take a quick look at our team. We're both level 39. We've got tons of healing items, so we might as well use them. It'd be super nuts not to use them. We have the wool trousers on Mario, which boosts our defense big time by 30. The brilliant badge boosts by 35 our power, and this is a shiny badge dug up behind the shop. We also have the bonus ring equipped, which will double our experience. We don't necessarily need to, but we'll only get the double experience if we don't take damage. We get double coins from Luigi, which is very much like having the amulet coin in Pokemon. We have the Queen Bean Jeans for Luigi, which boosts his HP and his defense by a ton, by 75. That to me is wild. It adds more than half of what your defense is. And we have the Bro Rock, which boosts our Bro points by 20. We're going to need that because we're going to probably be using a lot of Bro attacks for the next little bit. And then, yeah, our power is pretty boosted. So we're doing pretty alright. Those are just our stats, like our base level stats. And this is where we left off. It was in Ludwig's room, right? This is Ludwig's room. Yes. Oh shit. Yeah, I think we've taken on 4 Koopalings at this point. This is just like in the very beginning of the game. We actually had a little sort of mini game like this to prove that we were the Mario brothers at the border of the Mushroom Kingdom and Bean Kingdom. We had to do this sort of obstacle course. Let me know if I need to adjust the game audio at all as well. If I'm buried in the mix, or if you need less or more game audio, just let me know. Or vice versa. Whoa. We just have to memorize it, basically. It's gonna be B. It's gonna be A. It's gonna be B. Great sprite. Great hair. Shit, we missed it. Oh, this guy's just like his brother. Just like Lemmy. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, the hammer's not hitting for much. Let's just go bro attack the entire time. This is probably our best one that we have, if we can land it every time. Oh shit. Oh dude. Ugh. Rough. How much HP do we have? That's super nuts. Taking on the Koopalings. There we go. Do the Cyclone Bros. This is a really good one that Luigi has. My favorite one, I would say. That wasn't the most amount of damage we can do with it, but we are using the highest difficulty level for each of these. I just don't have the timing down right now. Oh, there we go. Highest difficulty level means it's going to do the most amount of possible damage. So you can see where it says L and R next to it. There's level 1, level 2, and level 3. And if you do level 3, it does actually way more damage. We also have the advance. You can see advance here. We've unlocked the advanced version of that, and there's a slight chance that we can actually get double our... As far as I know, that's how it works. We can get double our damage. Nice! All I needed was one. We got a 1-up super, 800 experience each. Yeah, we fought Roy, we fought Iggy, we fought Lemmy. So I think that was our 4th one. Yep, Ultra Syrup. Such good music. We haven't been here, have we? Magic Koopa. Shit. Just a healer. Fuck. Fuck that. Oh, come on. Cyclone is cool because even if you kill that first enemy, it'll just go for the other enemies as well. Nice, we got the advance. Heck yeah. I don't know how to actually trigger that. I think we just pressed A and B. I pressed A and B together, and I think we just got lucky with timing there. But advance means we got a little extra hit, essentially. An extra critical hit. Super Nut is the way to go. Gives us 40 each. Oh, that was our chance. I just saw it at the end. It adds an extra command chance at the end. Oh, come on, really? There we go. Still don't have that down. Well, that was pointless. Waste of a turn. Fucking hell. Total fail. Mm-hmm. Lost 26 already. Well, 24 because we have the badge that heals us every turn by 2 HP for Mario, so we got lucky there. Quite annoying though. I feel like we did this. Were we here already? No, maybe not. Okay, sorry. Just checking a message here. I think that is our entranceway. It's time to bow, sir. Open the gate. What's up, Double Man? How's it going? We literally just started. I'm just continuing the Gauntlet, the Koopa Gauntlet from yesterday. And this is the perfect test. Yes, our Cloudbot is working. We were streaming Ultra Kill. What is Ultra Kill all about? Sounds like Running Man or something. Death Race 3000. Yes. Oh. That was not the way to go. Ultra Kill is Devil May Cry meets Quake. Nice. So it was a first-person action horror game. I like it. Whenever I think of a Devil May Cry like, I always think of God of War, like the original God of War. What? How is that a thing? We gotta hit all these switches, don't we? Oh, you know what? We actually can hit these switches here. First-person character action game with boomer shooter gameplay. Nice. I like that. Okay, so let's just go this way and try and hit every single switch. Which is just this one. This is the only one we can actually hit. Yeah, that's what I thought. I had a feeling. Okay. Little bro puzzle. Okay, now it's on you. Buddy, there you go. Mario, it's on you. Shoop. I love the super jump as small Mario. High hammer indeed. Ultra Kill is probably your favorite game ever. It's 100% your top 3. Nice. If I had to pick one favorite game ever, it definitely 100% is Super Mario Bros. 3 on NES. The OG. I'm just super biased and I just think it's the greatest game. Like, it's definitely not objectively the greatest game. How do we get up here? How do we get up here? How do we get up here? Do this. Walk over the spikes. Up. Holy shit.
Let's go.
There's fucking ghosts in here. Bowser, your castle's haunted. Your castle's friggin' haunted. Heyo. Oh, so you've played Hammer before. Oh, yep. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. Even though your personal favorite 2D Mario is World, Super Mario Bros. 3 is an absolutely insane game. Yeah, I love Super Mario World as well. I just have a different, I guess, nostalgic association with it. Nah, I fucking hate Super Mario World. What are you talking about? Probably the worst game. That's at the bottom of the list. That's the only reason why my name is 3 at Noon. I wanted to reference one of my least favorite games of all time. You still remember someone being like, you know, if you get every coin in the level, you get a warp whistle. And you're like, dude, I've been playing this since I was 5, and that's a lie. And it was true. There's always so many crazy things that you can still discover in that game. And I play a ton of the randomizers of that game. Ooh. Don't die. There's a ton of new stuff I'm always discovering about that game. Yes. Oh. Don't die. Shit. Just get out of here. How about if I do this? Fuck, you heal from fire? That is some bullshit retconning. Never once have I shot a fireball at a Hammer Brother in any Mario game, and he healed. Fucking hell. You kidding me? The hammer should heal him. You find it hilarious playing an MMO with crazy looking gear, and then you see the one Chad who cosplays as normal ass looking knight. What game? What MMO? Oh, you mean like a historically accurate knight? Adventure Quest Worlds. It's a pet game from when you were a kid. Nice. I think it's pretty funny. The only reason why I don't play World of Warcraft is because you can't dress up like a leprechaun in it. But if you could. Like, basically, I just want to play World of Warcraft as the Lucky Charms leprechaun, but I don't think that's possible. An MMORPG, a massively modded multiplayer RPG. The only reason why I don't play RuneScape is because you can't play as Waluigi. And the only reason why I don't play EverQuest is because you can't play as a mummified Fox McCloud from Star Fox. If you could, I would absolutely play EverQuest every single day, but you can't, so that's my only reason. Again. This is a game that doesn't take itself serious at all. Like, you saw a dude who just was straight up the Joker. Wow. And another guy who was decked out in RGB computer peripherals called the AFK-inator. The AFK-inator armor. I like that. Different kind of chainmail armor. A chain email armor. You gotta send this you gotta equip this armor to 8 people in the next 24 hours, or it'll be cursed. And and give you a defense buff. Debuff. Huh. You son of a bitch. That is a tough jump. No. Oh, there's nothing we can do because we can't get up there. Shit, there's this ledge. Didn't even think that you could jump there. It's a very fun game because of the ridiculous shit juxtaposed with more standard fantasy fare. Nice. Items are prohibited, but... So to get the AFKinator armor in that game, like to get the whole set, you have to finish their 20th anniversary event. And once you finish the 20th anniversary event, the final boss is to AFK for 9 minutes and not do anything. That almost feels like something you would see in like Undertale or Deltarune. They kind of like subvert the expectation of what you would expect in a boss fight or just for an event. That's pretty funny. What? Bud, get out of here. No. Is there a quick way to get rid of these boos? I don't know. No, I don't think that's gonna work. The jump does nothing. No! And we can't use items. Oh, we can now. Okay. Good. 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 No, thank you. I think it's funny that it's Mario facing the boos alone, as opposed to Luigi. It would also be kind of cool if you could actually face away from the boo as it was coming towards us to attack us, and stop it in its tracks, just like in the 2D games. Shit. Okay, so the hammer doesn't do anything unless you're repelling. This is all we can do. But hey, the fireballs heal the Hammer Brothers. I don't even know what the fuck we're supposed to do. Like, in terms of expectations of how enemies behave, and what's weak to what, who knows? Maybe this does work. No, it's floating. Traditionally, the hand powers haven't been working on floating enemies. You don't know what Gauntlet did to these boos to make them chase, even when Mario's facing them? I don't know. They just want to get out of here. They have ulterior motives. They're trying to escape. You can move through the walls. It's really easy. I don't think they realize. I don't think these boos realize they can literally just phase right through the wall. It's not a phase. God. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yes.
Let's go.
Oh, shit. We got Chomp Bros. Pretty funny design. Kind of reminded me of a character. They remind me of Johnny Bravo. They look like a Nickelodeon character. I think the hand will... No, it heals them all. It heals all the bros. All the Hammer Bros heal from fire. That's so stupid. Never once have I shot a fireball at any of the Sledge Bros, Fire Bros, Hammer Bros, Boomerang Bros, and they deflected it. Fuck that. Fuck that. Great. How? It's like right in between the input. This, Wow. You kidding me? That's a pretty awesome enemy, though. It's just annoying to deal with. But design-wise and the attack, it's pretty cool. Get out of here. We got the timing down. Quick learner. Nice. Get out of here, dude. Where's your weapon now? Where's your chomp now? Come on. Jumps do no damage. The Chompro, when he loses his Chomp, is so sad. Well, it's like somebody, it's like all he knows. He started using the Chomp as a weapon since he was like 14, 15 years old. I think that Chompro specifically is like approaching their 70s. And, you know, as soon as he lost his Chomp, it's like, well, what else do I know at this point? What else can I do? So he just ran away? Poor bro. Bye bye. Oh shit, who the... We have to do it again and stay small. Ugh. Ugh. What's your problem? Son of a bitch. No! We got waffled. We got laser disced. I always call that the laser disc. But I saw someone playing Super Mario Bros. 3 calling it a waffle, and I was like, oh my god, it totally looks like a waffle. Oh, you son of a bitch. What if this was 2D Mario? What if this is all we had as a representation for 2D Mario games? Like, they never made any of the 2D Mario games, they just made this. Physical media is forever. Buy Laserdisc. Android 16. Also sad. All he ever knew was his face, and once his face was crushed, and he was removed from all he ever knew, he ran away. All he ever knew was his fists. And one day he shot the fists and they never came back. Oh, hi. Look at this. This is a funny little thing. Funny little reference. I like it. Did we take on all of them? Roy's room, okay. So I was gonna say, we didn't take on all the Koopalings yet. You take them on in the same order in Super Mario World, so you end with Ludwig. Oh, wait, no, we just did Ludwig at the beginning of the stream. So I think it's a different order. Unless I did these out of order. It's possible I did them out of order. Hi, Error. I'm Dad. But Ludwig is definitely the final one in Super Mario World, for sure. Right? Well. He just ran away. That's weird. What? Buddy. Ambushed. When the number on the face of the time bomb reaches 0, it's game over for you. So defeat the Koopaling before the number reaches 0. Oh shit. Okay, let's go. It means we have to land these hits. Let's go. Roy or Koopa. And that sucks. Big time. Nope. Fucking hell. That is tough. Tough to get that timing right. Oh. Holy shit, dude. The fact that I have to use so many save states, like the fact that he can take us out in one hit, it's really sketchy to me. I think the one you hated was Ludwig. He's the one who constantly inverts your controls. No, the very first one inverted my controls. Ludwig does as well, but I got really lucky at the beginning here, just before he popped in, and I was able to bop him with the hammer before he inverted the controls. That happened to me early on with one of the first Koopalings. He inverted our controls on the overworld, but also in battle, and so that was not fun. So I learned real quick on that one. I think it's a cool attack as well too. I think that they did a good job with creating like varied attacks for each and varied enough boss battles for each Koopaling. From a design perspective, it's really fun. Ah. Yes. They're not too tough either. Got a max syrup and 800 experience for level 40 Mario. Hell yeah. Is that about how old he is? How old officially is Mario? We have 4 stash, 2 speed, and 1 power, defense, and HP. We gotta hope for the best here. Nope. Just 1 bro point. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Mario has no official age. Oh, excuse me. You can't dig into the bridge. That makes sense. Little barrel puzzle. Ooh. Holy shit, that was cool. This looks, see, a lot of these rooms look really familiar and samey. Shit. Alright, we got a boo fight with Luigi. Can Luigi scare the boos? That'd be fun. or if he did more damage to the boos. There's a chance that the boos would run away. That'd be neat. For Luigi, the one with the goofy face. Shoot, we're gonna have to take them all on, for sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh shit, no wait, I won't. They're gonna go for the first attack too. That's bullshit. I love the sniper Bill. He shoots a regular bullet bill out of his super scope, and then shoots himself forward. Shoots himself forward. Just a funny. It's sort of like the bullet bills acting as the tentacles, as the combination enemy for Mecha Koopa. It's just a funny, like, sort of design. Fun callback to anyone who had the Super Scope and any of the Super Scope FPS games back in the day. It'd be cool if there was a Zapper one too, like the orange Zapper. It's hard to avoid the double shot too. No items. Just for Luigi. I gotcha. Yes. Take him out. Great. Oh, wow, dude. Gonna go with the Ultra Nut. No, we'll go Super Nut. Okay, I'll be right back, though, and then we'll continue with this battle. Just one sec. That part's a lot tougher than I thought. Okay, just one more moment. Just gonna take a second and then we'll put some focus into it and get through it. Oh yeah, definitely needed coffee. Holy shit. You know when your body's like, thank you so much for doing this thing. Whew. I wanted to do more, I wanted to stream a lot earlier today, but I just had a lot of other things I had to get done, and I'm glad I got them done. Oh, it feels good to just have a sip of freshly brewed Colombian roast. Tee brew. Because everybody likes my Chuck-a-chino. Damn. That's good. I think this is a fun little barrel section. Alright, we'll take some time here in just a second. Then we'll do it. Oh, that was stupid.
Let's go. All right. Fire. Yeah. Okie dokie. Hammer. Let's go. Hammer.
Okay, sorry folks. I had someone come to the door, and then I also made myself a coffee, and then I was like, well, you know what? I haven't eaten yet. Let's just eat that food that I got for myself earlier. So got myself some Chinese food. It's nice.
Okie dokie. Let's go. Okie dokie.
Oh shit. Come on, bro.
Let's go. Okie dokie.
Nice.
Okie dokie.
Okay, it doesn't require too much of us. It just brings us right into the fight. I was gonna say we haven't taken on Wendy yet. There she is. Sorry, I just have some really bad allergies right now. Sorry for all the coughing. Clear my throat. Ooh. Shit. Wasn't ready for that at all.
Let's go. Okie dokie.
Whoa. Oh, just gonna pull that technique too. It's fake. It's too obvious for her to be the front one, but I think she's the front one, based on the animations. Yep, that was it. The other two were Goombas. Fuck. Nice.
Yahoo!
Level 40 for Luigi. That's perfect. All right. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. I'm actually back. My partner showed up as well. My partner just got home, so it's like, oh, hey, what's up? Little download. Welcome home. I bought us some Halloween-themed popcorn today called Very Scary. And it is lime and orange. Like citrus popcorn. Described to me like having a hint of a Fruit Loop flavor, which I thought was really interesting. So I'll give it a shot. Thank you for your patience. And for sticking around when really there's not much going on. But I'm okay with doing like a chill stream. Keeping it chill. Oh, hold on. My darn. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. It sounds nutty. I feel like it'll be interesting. We have all sorts of like savory types of popcorn all the time, so I think it'll be an interesting change. That's why I got it. Right out in the air, boo. Come on. I mean, it makes sense that they're annoying enemies. Because they're fairly annoying in Mario 3 and Mario World. Oh shit, it's gonna heal him! Damn it. So stupid that heals him. I just realized as soon as I launched that attack. I think for me, for popcorn, like caramel and cheddar is a classic. No! Thanks. Take away my hammer. Take away my goddamn hammer. Wow. Fresh coffee. 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 You're gonna have to pay the coffee, sorry. Coffee would be a fee that crows have to pay to make a peep. Even one. We're billing you later. Oh, another pun. That one is like we're billing you later. Don't give me that look. That wasn't a bad pun. That wasn't a bad pun. These boos are quite annoying though, because they can take away your hammer and your weight to defend against them. Obviously in that scenario, I did have a way to defend against them, I just suck at the game. But they can be really annoying. No! Why would I use the hammer? That was dumb. Some magic Koopas. Magic Koopas. Do I have the right item? Great. Oh, geez. Okay. It's a hammer. Hammer gauntlet. Oh. No. So close. You just can't make any mistakes. No! From the top. Well, I guess you can cheat. It's kind of cheating. Can we do it? Can we do it? Wow. No. You have 13 seconds to do it too. That's crazy. Come on. Come on. No! Wow. Oh, you really need every second. What? How do you go faster than that? Ah, haha, you got a fire charge. Nice. I got you. I see what you're doing, Nintendo. Alpha Dream. Come on. Yes. So this is cool that they brought these back, but it would have been cool for them to have introduced this way earlier in the game. to do more puzzles that require these blocks. Are you not meant to fire dash? I spent a good time on that too. I think that's kind of a neat idea.
Let's go. Okie dokie. Let's go. Okie dokie.
Who bean? Of course.
Thunder!
What was the point of that again? Oh, I see. The point is we're supposed to go on the left. What bean? What bean? Old bean. That's what bean. Which bean? Welcome in, Zombie Paper. How's it going? Spin Let's High. Spin Let's High is right. It's going well. How's it going over here? Good. Went for a walk, did some errands. Started off a little later than I wanted to, but I got to get some sleeping in time, which is also awesome. Got a coffee. We are taking on this Koopa Gauntlet, finishing off the Gauntlet at least, and then hopefully taking on Bowletta soon.
Okie dokie.
Fire!
Ooh. What the? It's Pong. Wow, it's totally Pong. I like it. What's also awesome, this minigame for sure, / boss fight. Mario Tennis, anyone? This is the perfect time for Waluigi to show up. He's pissed.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Okie dokie.
What? Thank you. He even uses Junior's tennis racket. Oh, that's hilarious. That's Bowser Jr.'s tennis racket. That's funny. So what is it? Like the Koopalings are his actual kids? No, the Koopalings are just Koopas that aren't related to him. Even though one of them is named after him, named Morton, because Bowser's actual name is Morton. Morton Jr. But then there's also Bowser Jr. We know Baby Bowser, which looks like Bowser Jr., is just young Bowser from Yoshi's Island. But Bowser Jr. for sure is his kid as well. Like they've guaranteed that. Maybe they just retconned it so that the Koopalings aren't his Bowser. Morton Koopa or something like that. Morton Bowser Koopa is his name. All the Koopalings are adopted, or his adopted kids, but then Bowser Jr. is his actual son. Got it. So he's using his step bros tennis racket, basically. It's really cool for them to just bring all of them back into this game. Because when you have 7 characters, it's kind of perfect for a boss rush. They're already created for you. Damn, no, we can't let that happen. I can't let that happen. According to 2 different interviews, we don't know who his mother is. And in another one, Miyamoto is his mother. What? Who the hell gave that interview? Countdown, watch out with the time bomb. Miyamoto is the one who confirmed that? Wow. So he fully admitted in an interview that he had sexual relations with a character that he created?
Mario.
To create another character? It's very odd. Mushroom, let's go. Well, you can't take it back now. Once he said that, he can't unsay that. Yes. You're gone. So, this was Iggy, I believe, and we took on Lemmy, I think, right at the beginning. Iggy and Lemmy had similar battle patterns as well. Nice. That was Larry? Oh, okay. Sorry, Larry and Lemmy are the ones that have similar battle patterns. Is this it? The lava passage. I think we're headed into the final fight, folks. I think this is it. Luigi rocking 100 HP and almost 100 growth points. Holy shit. There we go. What the? I have fury! At last, my entrance with drama. Finally, now is the time where my true might shines, like many angry sunbeams of rage. Time for the final fury. Oh shit. It's a cool sprite. Standing in the spotlight at such a gala of specularity, my nerves are nervous. But now that I'm thinking Kekletta's revival was all thanks to my quite nasty efforts. Which means that all this time I am Fawful, who is just a toady. Which is interesting. So toady, I guess, is a term they use in a bunch of games. Kamek calls his henchmen his toadies. And when you lose Baby Mario in Yoshi's Island in Super Mario World 2, his toadies after 10 seconds will come and take Baby Mario, and then you lose the level. It's like, that's your game over. So it's funny that they reuse the term. Such working all for others. And that means the true meaning of our battle gives me fear and confusion. I need no long speech before this battle, which will now be mighty, Snack on my wrath, Fink Rats. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okie dokie.
Foreshadowing. His laugh is pretty iconic. Almost up there with Ganon's laugh at the end of Zelda 2 and Kefka's laugh from Final Fantasy 6. Shit. What a wasting. Am I supposed to do something specific here? For some reason he has Popple's theme. I'm down with that. It's one of my favorite boss fight. Like boss battle music in the game. Boss battle tracks. Ratfink, try as you might, the resulting will be the same. How do you attack? You have annoying persistence, and now you eat this. Oh shit. Cool fact, in the cartoon OK KO, there's a rat henchman character named Fink. Well, I think it's the use of rat Fink, or sorry, the use of Fink Rat in this game is directly referencing a very famous sort of tattoo skateboard design. It's a character basically holding onto the gear shift of a car, a really sort of grotesque, goblin-y like character, and it's actually called Ratfink. The Ratfink is the name of the character. So I think calling them Fink Rats is a direct reference to that, but just kind of swapping it. So maybe the OKKO thing is a reference to the original Ratfink character. But there's so many variations on it, it's like you could almost put it in the same category of Pepe the Frog, but without the racial association. And it being taken over by racists, basically. It is the overheat. Okay. Yeah, totally. It's called the Ratfink. The person who originally created that one character there called it the Ratfink. But it's very famous. I think a lot of people have seen it. OKKO already has Super Mario RPG references, so it's more than likely it's this game. That's totally true. And OKKO actually has there's an entire episode that references Yu-Gi-Oh! There's like a whole episode that it references like all the card battles and like the duelist, the way that they like the life points and power points show up on the screen. And they actually had Sonic. They had an official crossover episode where Sonic the Hedgehog showed up on OKKO. And it's considered like canon. It helped them out, so it's kind of cool. It's cool to see like video game references. Oh yeah, that shows it's fantastic. It's cool to see video game references and other stuff, but also there's a lot of care and love that goes into that show, into OKKO. Even just the background paintings alone, but the animation is fantastic. Very fluid. Shit. That sucked. Fuck, no way. We can't miss that. We can't miss it. Don't know why that's so tough. Fuck that. There we go. No. Ugh. That's tough.
Oh,
Holy.
Mario.
It sweeps us that many times. Holy shit. Okay. What a mushroom. Let's go. Yep. Max nuts. What? What a waste. We just lost 80 HP. If you haven't seen OKKO, I highly, highly recommend checking it out. Oh, whoa. I wasn't ready for it. No. Fuck that. How do we get the timing off so much? Nope. Perfect. Got ourselves a golden mushroom and 1,500 experience each. Ugh. Unless my mind is crazy, I've somehow managed to lose. This must be fate. Ugh. I must accept the defeat. I have fury! Ha! Now taste the finale when carelessness opens the door to a comeback not expected by you. Your lives that I spit on are now but a caricature of a cartoon drawn by a kid who is stupid. You shall all fall and vanish with your precious Bean Bean Kingdom as I laugh heartily at you. Oh shit. In the finale of the finale, when negligence begets rashness, the comeback is come back upon. Ouch. Fawful's definitely dead and will never come back. They'll never ever reintroduce Fawful into the series again. In the last moments of the finale, when relief leads to negligence that begets rashness, that is when the comeback that faltered comes back and beats your pathetic comeback that I scoff at. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Wow, it looks Looks like I'm indebted to you once again. So farewell. Let me guess. Another boss fight? Here we go. Now it's time to take on Bowletta. Okay, we're fully healed. A battle of witty retorts ensues. Mario, I'ma hit you with my hammer. Yeah, he's not the wittiest. So quiet. Can you hear a fucking pin drop? Be the worst time to fart. Oh. You've done well to make it here. I should have expected as much from the superstars of the Mushroom Kingdom. Unfortunately for you, those who desire to disrupt my plans have very short futures. Here we go. Don't you mean here we come? That's Mario's new catchphrase. Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. After conquering the Bean Kingdom, I intend to make the Mushroom Kingdom mine as well. My new country has no need for old superstars. It will do just fine with only one, the great Bowletta. Shit. Let's go. Okay, I was not ready for that. Oh shit, okay. Each one of those is going to absorb for 30 health. I get it. Oh my god. That was dumb. Fun fact, this phase gives a max amount if you steal from it. I don't have the stealing ability, I don't think. I think you need a specific item, right, to be able to steal? I never ended up getting that. Okay, so we want to take these out, right? So it doesn't heal. Shit. Oh, it's Swing Bros Advance. Okay, cool. So we have Swing Bros, we just don't have the Advance ability. That sucks. You know when the boss is healing like crazy, you're in the final countdown. Exactly. don't have swing advance yet. Let's try that again. Hold the directions to target during Cyclone. Okay. Good to know. Fuck that. Really? So in order to unlock the advanced versions, you just have to use them enough times. Fuck that. Why do I suck at this? Whenever there's like a tall character, I just can't get the chopper bros right. Just land grates enough times. Nice. Fuck. That's such bullshit. Nice. That was actually really good. Helps if you just try to time it so your first A press is when Mario starts falling. Okay. Does anybody know how much max health Gauntlet has? Like, exactly? I think that'd be one thing the game could benefit from is knowing how much health. But it does completely change the way you play. You'll know when you're close to the end. Cool. What the? Holy shit. Oh, we're only going for the red and green ones. I gotcha. Huh, hey look, we're close. Okay. Just gotta time this out. Ooh, that health. Got ultra nuts, so that's okay. This music is pretty good. Oh no, I don't. I don't think I have the advance for Fire Bros or Thunder Bros because I just don't think I use them enough in battle up to this point. Right, like we have advance for Splash and Chopper. They're both fantastic. Thunder Bros advance, especially Thunder, which gives defense down. Oh, cool. Good to know. So I'd love to play this game randomized. I'd love to go through this with randomized enemies, randomized abilities. That would be such a cool game to try randomized. You can do Super Mario RPG and Paper Mario randomized, which could be something we do in the future. No, cursed Mario Brothers, not again. Uh-oh. Fools! You let your guards down. Even with all your fancy attacks, you can't beat me. This game with randomized sound effects, that'd be amazing. That'd be even better. Randomized sound effects. It's time you took a nice, relaxing break. In my belly. Get in my belly. Fat bastard. Are you still conscious? Huh? You're a persistent pair. What? That's Cackletta. Shit. This is the inspiration between Bowser's Inside Story right here. Basically like, hey, let's make a game that all took place inside Bowser. Fuck yeah. This reminds me so much of the Super Mario World Bowser fight and the boss fight music from Super Mario World. Nice little reference. I shall dispose of you quickly and then eat you for lunch. Whoops. Oh shit. Oh yeah, we're definitely using save states. With the magic of Game Genie, anything is possible. I like to imagine that this character that we're looking at right now is what the Game Genie looks like. Inside the Game Genie. If you don't know what that is, I grew up with it on the NES, but it's sort of like a Game Shark. It was like a device you could put the cart into, and then plug that into your console and run cheats. And I used to use the Moonwalker code, I would always call it, or the Skywalker code. I think it was just Moon Jump in Super Mario Bros. 3, and you could take like 2 leaps and defeat any level. It was silly, but also fun. Final boss, the Speed Demon, Game Genie. Enter your codes now. Enter code to win. We're totally losing it. Oh. Get out of here, dude.
Mario!
Hup. Hup. This is what it sounds like inside of Bowser's body. That's pretty messed up. I haven't played, actually, out of all of them, I haven't played Bowser's Inside Story, but I played Luigi's Dream Team, which is all, like, a lot of it takes place inside Luigi's dreams. And just is a really fun game. I feel like both those games did great things to kind of advance the series and give you, like, unique gameplay with the dual screens going on. but I've just seen footage of Bowser's Inside Story. I'm excited to check it out because we're on this path, right? We're going to be playing all these games. Oop. Oh shit, really? No. The heart's more exposed now. Shit. That sucks. Come on. Nope. Can't get the timer right. Oh, you have to jump in sync. That's what it is. I was trying to jump one after another. You have to jump in sync for those moments. Nope. That's fine. Just do your thing, let me do my thing. Okay, cool. Ooh. No. There we go. Aw, damn it. Might have missed our chance there. Shit, missed that last one. Woo, it's quite the fight. It's a fun one though. Come on. We know how to dodge that now. Woo! Let's go. Fuck. No! This is awful. Just to get the coordination on this is just... Maybe this will be fine. Are we in Moon Doom mode? Basically. Situation where we basically can take one shot and die. But it doesn't matter what game we're playing, whether it's an RPG, a platformer, arcade game, puzzle game. If there's HP, we always gravitate to this state where we have none of it. We'll get that chat going. I can't see the chat at the moment. Whoa. There we go. I could heal. Hell no. Oof. Oh, fuck that. Didn't heal for nothing. this. Fuck that. No, I did it too early again. There we go. Are we doing damage to the overall health of Cackletta by damaging the arms and the head separately, or do they all have separate health? Fuck that, no. Shooting wounded. Shooting wounded. Shooting wounded. Get out of here. There we go. Perfect. We'll heal just for that. The heart's the only thing that actually stays dead, but they all have different health pools. Think the Lavo score. Okay. Nope. Did not think I was going to heal it. That was a waste. Knowing that, we're definitely going back with the save state. Oh, damn it. The heart is guarded again. Don't care about Luigi. Sorry. Sorry, Luigi. You are not in dire need right now. Oh, fuck that. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, Just frustrating the amount of times that we're getting attacked by Koopaling here. Three completely new Silent Hill games have just been announced. Silent Hill 2 Remake, of course, because they have to jump on the bandwagon of the Resident Evil remakes. Silent Hill F, which appears to be a new sequel. Cool. Not going to be as cool as PT. And Silent Hill Townfall, which we don't know about. Cool. Nice. Now do Castlevania! You fucks! Konami! Nope, nope. Where's Demon Castle War of 1999? I want Castlevania Kart. Please. Oh. What the? What the fuck kind of nonsense is that? Fawful. Get out of here, dude.
Mario!
Castlevania Judgment 2. Wasn't Castlevania Judgment the arcade style 1v1 fighter? They turned it into a fighting game and it was available just for the Wii. Am I thinking about the same game? What the? What? How? It's gonna get us no matter what. I don't know how we avoided that. Okay. I feel like we need to just go for it. Nope. I feel like we just need to go for it. No, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Just because the heart's exposed right now. It just needs to happen. Please, 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 please. The world. What? Just get out of here. We don't have time for this shit. Nope. No, we can do it. No. No. Yes. Total save state manipulation. Please dodge us. Oh god. Her eyes are the tell. It's so difficult to see that. Fuck that. Ugh. This is so annoying. Oh my god.
Luigi.
Nope. This is a bad situation to be in with Luigi down.
Luigi.
And yes, that's the famous sound effect that's being
Luigi.
retweeted all over Twitter recently. Because it was reused in the recent Mario Tennis game. Fuck that, fuck that. We have to get this perfect. Just move. No! You're gonna make me do this! This is insane! Folks, this is a pretty hilarious. This is a pretty hilarious thing to just keep playing over and over. Does not look safe for work. I think we might have that might be the end.
Mamma mia.
Annoying. Is it customary to do this after a particularly crushing defeat? Jam along to the music? Cry? Yes.
Hi.
It's customary to cry after a particularly crushing defeat. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break and then let's dive into attempt number 2. It took us 3 attempts for Smithy, so this is fair. Hey folks, I am back. We had one failed attempt at Bowletta's fight here, so we're going to dive into a second one. Welcome in, Sigil. How's it going? It's going well. I hope it's going well for you. We're rocking the last section of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Let's dive in. Castlevania as fuck music right now. Let's go. Fuck. Super hard to dodge that attack. You love the characterization of Bowser and Bowletta in this game. Yeah, Bowser's great in this game. The moment where he thinks he's rookie earlier on is pretty funny. Fucking hell. We're just destined to take that damage? That's some bullshit. Not easy. Yes. You never did play any of the feature entries in this series, though? I played a lot of Partners in Time, probably more than any other game, and then I played Luigi's Dream Team. Only once, but I've never played Bowser's Inside Story. So I'm excited to go through those eventually on stream. Over time, we're not going to just play these games. Last time we played a Mario RPG was quite some time ago. Several months ago. I like Dream Team actually. It had a lot of really cool implementation. Like it had a lot of cool different mechanics, and I felt like it made sense. It felt like a proper follow-up to Partners in Time. I don't know which one actually came out first though. I think Dream Team came out after Bowser's Inside Story. You think Bowser's Inside Story is the best in the series? Wow, nice. So I'm excited. Excited to try it out. Fuck this shit. Like, what is that garbage? Fuck that. The Bowser design in Bowser's Inside Story is godlike. Nice. Have either of you played the 3DS remake of this one with the added Bowser's Minions content? No, I haven't. But Bowser's Minions is like kind of like a side game. Is it similar to how they added a side game to Super Mario 3D World? I've heard of it, but I haven't played it.
No.
And visually, the 3DS one doesn't draw me in as much. But I think after playing this again, it could be fun to try it out for the first time. Especially after the recent revisit. Oh, you don't like the soundtrack, which is why you haven't played it. Nice. Do they change the music? Here we go. Second attempt at Cackletta.
No.
The music is completely redone and most of it sounds off. Oof. Redone as in, like, rearranged? Is it the same arrangements? Or is it just like covers? It just sounds different. Sigzil says, I haven't played it either, but you have both a jailbroken 3DS and an IPS modded GBA, so I have the best way to play each of them though. Nice. Yeah, you should definitely check them out. Same arrangements, different instrumentation. Let's go for it. Oof. Fucking damage. It's sort of like the HD Kingdom Hearts games in the sense that some instruments were butchered, but at least in Kingdom Hearts HD, 90% of the songs are good. It's funny because we're talking about the same composer too. That's what's an interesting comparison. Same composer in every Mario and Luigi game and Kingdom Hearts game. This is wild. I really like the battlefield here. Pixel fire. Like, it's not a complex animation, it doesn't have a lot of frames, but it still looks cool. I'd be surprised if Yoko did the songs for the remakes of the games. You think so? Do you think they got someone else? Ooh. And do you think they'll remake Partners in Time? No, probably not, because Alpha Dream doesn't exist anymore. Woo. So many games you wish Nintendo would remake or simply make available on modern platforms. Totally. You still can't believe the Game Boy Advance Metroid games didn't come to the Switch before releasing Dread. Well, hey, if they bring them out on the Switch eventually, that's still pretty awesome. Fusion is fantastic. We played all of Metroid Zero Mission in full, and I still think that's the best possible way you can play the original Metroid storyline. To me, I'm not a big fan of the original NES Metroid, but I love Metroid 2, and that was the one I had growing up. I really, really enjoyed it. And we've played the entirety of Zero Mission, but we haven't played Metroid Fusion at all on stream. When we do, I will definitely do it on in full, for sure. F-Zero! Did I play AM2R? I have not. I did play Return of Samus, or Samus's Return, whatever it's called, the 3DS with the official remake of Metroid 2, and I did not like it at all. And I'm a fan of I'm a big fan of Metroid 2, but I've not played AM2R. Like, Metroid 2 for me is a go-to, like, road trip game. But I'm not a fan of Samus Returns at all. I did like Dread. Didn't beat it. Played a little bit of it. But it was when everyone else was streaming it, so I just ended up kind of got burnt on it at the time. So I'm just gonna come back to the game later on. But Dread feels like a proper continuation from Fusion, you know? It just wasn't a fun game. I don't know what it is. Samus's Return, it was just missing something, and that's kind of wild to me because don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. We're dead. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. Oh! Woo! Woo! Woo. Oh my. Holy shit. No. What a journey. What a journey. Don't let Kakalata get you. I'm fucking trying not to. Woo. It's my second attempt at it. The fight too. My turn. There we go. Fuck off. You wanted to like the art style more than you ever did with Samus Returns. Doubleman says, for me, Samus Returns was everything I wanted. Samus isn't a defenseless zoner anymore. Excuse me. So dumb. If the 3DS was more powerful and could have looked like Dread, I might have enjoyed it more. And Doubleman is saying, I've always thought that Other M's combat style. Hold on. I've always thought that Other M's combat style is more what it should feel like to fight with Samus. Ooh, that's a hot take. I didn't not like Other M's combat style, but it wasn't my favorite. In fact, I found when I was playing it that I kept wanting to play a game like Metroid Prime, but it wasn't a terrible game experience. It wasn't a great Metroid game experience for me because I was just expecting something else. But I feel like a lot of games kind of suffer from that, where the players are expecting something else, especially when you try and do something new in a series. I get it. And it can end up being their downfall or what makes the game unique. Or both. Other M is a very bad game that you didn't finish, but Samus leaping around and fighting enemies with melee felt much more like what she should do in a fight. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Sigil says, like how Zelda 2 is ostracized. Yeah, I guess similarly, Zelda 2 is unique for many different reasons. But it's very, very different, almost too different than Zelda 1, right? Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. The difference being that while Zelda 2 wasn't Zelda, it was still fun in its own way. Fuck off. Hell no. Like, how many times are you gonna do this attack? It's some bullshit. I want to see Zelda 2 remade as a traditional Zelda game. Or Link to the Past remade as a Zelda 2 style game. Fuck off. We just don't have time for that kind of shit. You'd like to see an open world traditional Zelda, isn't that? You mean like an open world NES Zelda? Sure is smoky in here. I don't know how open world would work with traditional Zelda, then again, you're very hesitant with Elden Ring being open world. Since far too many games are open world without purpose or intent. Oh, a 3D traditional Zelda. So like Breath of the Wild. Like Ocarina of Time, but open world. Oh, okay. So Ocarina of the Wild. Nope. Yes. Ooh. Okay, we're on to the double swing phase. Triple. Quadruple. What the? Holy shit. Ooh. Oh, that was dumb. That's wild. Fight me, let's go. Fuck off. Nope, that heals. Okay, I just wanted to see what it would do. Damn. What? This is an intense battle. Yeah, nope. Can't turn around for 1 second. Holy shit. is wild. What? No. Oh, I see. No, we have to perfectly hit these. This is insane. Hopefully that's a sign that we're near the end. Not because I want to be done playing the game, it's just I want to get through this boss fight. If this game was twice as long as it is, I'd be absolutely happy. I'm perfectly content. Whew. Nope. Ooh. What? Why is the timing of my hammer off for some reason? It just feels off. What the fuck? We don't have weight on us, so I don't understand why we're having such trouble with the That's so stupid. We don't have any extra weight. It would show us if we did. Yes. Yes. Finally. God. What? Huh? Hey? What's happening to me? It can't be impossible. No. How could I? And to this filthy little pair. How could I lose?
Hammer. Hammer. Hi. Hey.
Cheers to the Superstar siblings. I've just finished rigging this castle with an explosive device. We must escape before it blows up and falls from the sky. Make haste. I'll meet you at the castle entrance.
Hi. Hammer.
We need this, don't we? Yes, we do.
Hammer.
The music kind of sounds like a Metroid. A piece of music from Metroid. Oh, shoot, no.
Right on. Fire.
Nice. This Bowser's Castle will self-destruct in 3 minutes. We gotta get out of this place now! Trust in Blublanodon. He's basically the anti-Ridley. Huh? Where am I? What have I been doing? Poor Bowser. Bad timing. And time. I wasn't timing my... I wasn't timing the gameplay, but that's what would consider... That would be the moment that you considered beating the game in the speedrun world. Take care, everyone. Please come visit us in the Mushroom Kingdom someday. Princess Peach, you have a fine group of friends. I'm quite envious. Toadsworth. Lady Lima, are they gonna date? They're dating.
Yahoo.
Princess Peach, Mario Bros. I must thank you all. Accept this gift from me to mark our parting. Ooh. Time is when Bowser hits the screen, if you can remember. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Just towing our giant present in Peach's airplane. The gift was Bowser. Great. That's cute. Such a good game. Such a fun game. Glad we beat it. Took us a little bit to take on Cackletta, to beat Cackletta. But the same thing happened when we played Super Mario RPG. This game takes a ton of cues from Super Mario RPG, not only in the design, the character designs, the aesthetic of the environments, but also tons of the battle cues. I really like the small sprites here. They're very small, and the artist did a fantastic job in such a limited amount of space. I'd like to see a game where all the sprites are that small on the Game Boy Advance. Nice, we got the sisters from the Guarhar Lagoon. Hermie. And of course this plane appears in Super Mario Sunshine. Yeah, the fish. So now that we beat it, I'm not gonna rate anyone or cut off the stream. We're gonna mess around with some Game Boy Advance games, some other Game Boy Advance games that I loved playing growing up. I think the first one I'm gonna play, I know what I'm gonna play, and it is gonna be a Pokemon game, but it's not gonna be a main series Pokemon game. So stick around for that. Regardless of the above mentioned, the copyright of character Geno is Square Enix. It's just such a little twist of the knife. Yay! They literally watched it. They watched our journey at the Yoshi Theater. Thank you for playing. Very cool. Mystery Dungeon. We did start a run of Mystery Dungeon, but maybe it will be. We shall see. It isn't. Maybe it's a mystery. Stick around. I won't be long. I'm just gonna play some music in the background, take a short break, and we're back with some Game Boy Advance goodness. We're going to add this to the game list. If you're a member of the Discord, the game list is just an ongoing list of games we've completed on stream, and that's our third Mario RPG completed. Eventually the next one, when we pick up Mario RPGs again, will be Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door on the GameCube. So I'm excited for that one. I spent a lot of hours with that as well, stomping on Koopas. So I'm excited to revisit it. It's been just about as long as it has been for me revisiting this game. The Thousand Year Door is amazing. So fun. Now, if you're watching, of course, you can go back and watch all the previous parts on YouTube. You can stick around for some more Game Boy Advance goodness, some bonus content, or you can go check out some of the other playthroughs. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out and for sticking around. Yes, I finished it. Welcome in, Henny Blank. Had some major trouble on Cacoletta's Soul for sure. I think it was all just really about learning the pattern, but it's a tough one. I would say it's definitely up there with Smithy's fight. Smithy's fight was very difficult. It took us 3 attempts. This took us 2 attempts. I feel like in retrospect I could have definitely done some things to balance out our stats a little bit better. Maybe gone back and done some side quests to see if we could have got some extra items that would have helped us in the end. Maybe land some bigger hits. But yes, we did it. It was very fun. Stick around, we're going to be playing some more Game Boy Advance games in just a sec. All the coffee's brewing. 2 attempts is invalid considering all the deaths erased by save states. I mean, two full attempts at the boss in terms of the actual phase. But yeah, I mean, however you want to count it. It's all good. You're like, oh no. Just call me the Death Eraser. It does totally sound like a Dragon Ball Z move. Eraser Cannon. Double Sunday. Saturday Crush. It only really took the second attempt because the save state fricked us on the first run. Absolutely, I agree. Don't hit me with a slow down Adept's Home. This song is actually Everyday Life by Manami Kiyota, and it is from Xenoblade Chronicles. Dark Cloud, though, that was a great game. That was one of the few games that... So Dark Cloud and Skies of Arcadia Legends were games that I rented for the PS2 and for the GameCube way back in the day, and I was very, very pleasantly surprised by both of those games. They had really interesting battle systems, really fun RPGs, and I remember being really stoked that I've kind of discovered them just based on the cover art at the local game store. And the experience was a lot of fun, and it didn't happen that often. Sometimes I would just take a gamble and it'd just get a random game, and it wasn't that great. But those games really stood out. I think Dark Cloud 2 was the one I played on PS2. Really cool stuff. Alright, we'll be starting in just a second here. Ooh, Dark Cloud and Dragon Quest VIII were your first RPGs. That's badass. So I was just thinking to myself, one of the other RPGs that's very nostalgic for me is I had Final Fantasy Chronicles and Anthology. So I used to play Chrono Trigger, FF4, 5, and 6 on my PlayStation 1. And then I also had Dragon Quest VIII, and that was the one that pulled me in on PS2. It came with a Final Fantasy demo, and it was the first time they did voice acting in that series. I'm a huge Akira Toriyama fan, from Dr. Slump to original Dragon Ball manga to all the work on Chrono Trigger and the Dragon Warrior series. But Dragon Quest VIII was the first one that really pulled me in. I love the overworld. I feel like it informed a lot of modern RPGs as well. And the battle system was a ton of fun. You guarantee me that the reason you picked up Dragon Quest VIII off the shelf back in the day was because Toriyama's art was on the cover, even though you didn't know it was the same person and style as Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, just like it was the art that pulled you in. I mean, it did have some really amazing box art. I remember back in the day that it just like... The best way to describe it was that the whole of the box art encompassed an adventure, the sense of adventure. And for a fan of RPGs that unfold in a sort of storybook sort of vibe, classic fantasy vibe, that's the vibe I was getting from looking at the cover of Dragon Quest VIII back in the day. And actually, one of the weirdest things, the mobile port of Dragon Quest VIII is actually pretty decent. The PS2 version is the one that specifically... has a better soundtrack. I think the soundtrack is different in all the other versions, but the mobile version is actually quite amazing on the tablet. It has a control scheme that I really enjoyed, and I was very surprised, like pleasantly surprised, at how accessible it was. And I can imagine somebody's first experience with Dragon Quest being on the mobile app. Funny enough. You're raised in a family of Dragon Ball Z heads. Yeah, me and my cousins grew up watching Dragon Ball Z back in the day. We even ran a couple of websites that had like Dragon Ball Z episode guides, Dragon Ball Z movie guides, and we would watch the Japanese fan subbed versions of the movies as they came out back in the day. My old username used to be Majin Piccolo, and I used to make animations for my own website. I was an affiliate on Newgrounds back in the day with a bunch of people like David Firth and all those classic animators. And that was back in the back in the Dragon Ball Z was the shit. I'm a much bigger fan now as I'm older. I'm a much bigger fan of Dragon Ball. There's the philosophy behind the story of Dragon Ball. I just really, really enjoy the game. You like MIDI official soundtracks rather than symphonic scores because of Dragon Quest IX. So I haven't played 9, 10, and 11 yet. But our friend Lord Loki Asgard was playing 11 and played through the whole thing recently, and our friend Grimbomb. And I thought it was really neat that they added 2D and 3D elements to the story. It's so 2005. Yeah, exactly. That's when we ran our websites. Is your GeoCities page still active? That's funny. See, a few more people are joining in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in Daryl, welcome in Henny, welcome in Nicolette, welcome in Mighty Collector, Jordy 3000, I saw you've been hanging for a little bit, Pocky, Toya, I hope you're all having great days. Lord Loki, Idarama, Double Man. It's funny. So I did start my website design stuff back on GeoCities and angelfire.com, if anyone remembers that. But I used to belong to a few different forum communities, the Spriters Resource forums, which still exist, the Mario Fan Game Galaxy forums, which also still exist. Really good communities of people who showed me how to create sprite art, who helped me get into Flash animation, to learn animation. And if it wasn't for my time making Flash animations on Newgrounds, I probably wouldn't have explored in high school different things like sound design and just animation in general, and programming. And that kind of led me eventually into the world of coding, and then eventually sound design, realizing, looking back, a lot of my animation stuff, I was learning sound design way back, but not really realizing it. I was just like, okay, but I'm really focusing on the animation. And then I went to school for sound engineering and production, and set me on a completely different journey. Ran a venue, a local all-ages venue that hosted people from all over the world, and like all over Europe, all over North America. A ton of Canadian touring artists, a ton of American touring artists touring up and down the coast. Played through the space for 5 years, and that kind of led me eventually to the live world of music. And now I work for a game dev company, and now I'm doing this. So it's like this interesting journey. It's funny to look back at it all. You're one of those kids who played internet MMOs back in the day, when the internet was still considered uncommon, stuff like Grand Chase or Roblox. But like early on, I see what you're saying. Like, have you ever played Second Life? I had a friend who played a lot of Second Life. Habbo Hotel. RuneScape, early RuneScape, which now I guess they call RuneScape Classic. But I remember figuring out how to like fish for the first time in RuneScape. Really cool stuff. Zombie Paper says, I made some GeoCities, Angel Fire, and other websites. Nice. Yeah, there was some that just like, they were just like easy drag and drop website builders, which I think is really funny, because they even do it on The Simpsons when Homer gets a computer for the first time. There's an episode where he creates his own website, and it's very much just like a GeoCities drag and drop. Look at my animated GIFs, my animated Dancing Jesus GIF. Doubleman says, I was never allowed to visit Newgrounds back in the day, but I played a shit ton of Flash games. You watched Super Mario Bros. Z on YouTube, and even made a Flipnote sprite animation. Nice. Flipnote's actually pretty decent. You never played Second Life, but you just stuck to a few things. Never the really popular stuff like RuneScape or Habbo Hotel, but still plenty of stuff, most of which was dead. I used to play Maple Story back in the day. Mighty Collector, what's up? How's it going? You used to use GeoCities and Tripod, among others. Yeah, I remember Tripod. Yeah, GeoCities got me into enjoying coffee. If it wasn't for GeoCities, I would not be addicted. It's their fault. I believe it's pronounced Geocities. I want a GeoCities page that's just pixel art of a giant city, of multiple cities that are inhabited just by Geodudes. GeoCities or get the fuck out. This music is so sad. It's like we're mourning GeoCities. Goodbye, drag and drop. Goodbye. I'll always regret. I mean, I'll never forget. Same here. Same here, Doubleman. I'll probably forget you, GeoCities. What? This isn't Mario and Luigi. That particular song did almost play. I thought no one would notice. So I played Pokemon Pinball on the Game Boy Color a ton, but I played this like non-stop. This was a road trip game again. It's got a lot of music that is paying homage to the music that you hear in Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, in Fire Red and Leaf Green, but there's actually new original compositions in this. It's super fun. I always really enjoyed it. Love pinball games. And yeah, let's just dive in. I don't think we've had an opportunity to really play this one on stream. We might have just very briefly. But yeah, we'll give it a shot, and we'll play some other Game Boy Advance games as well. This is Pokemon Dash. Exactly. Quest 64 Advance. I like that. I would play that. I would definitely play that. So yes, there's a Pokedex, and you can customize your controls. That's neat. Not all pinball games let you do that. Let's go with Sapphire. Mew was uncatchable in Pokemon Pinball Game Boy. I think if you go to the bonus stage with SSN, there's a truck, and you have to hit the truck. We have to hit the keys and then open the truck, and there's a Mew sitting in the truck. He'll wave at you. So what I like about this game, oh, fuck, of Of course. What I like about this game is that you can evolve and you can catch Pokemon depending on where you send the Pokeball. You can also upgrade your pinball and essentially get it to Ultra Ball, Master Ball, that kind of stuff, which is pretty neat. There's a certain satisfaction you get as the player with this game, but not all pinball games have that. I think we played Devil's Crush as part of our spooky and horror themed games. And here, look, we've got Travel now, which is nice. So Devil's Crush was fun. It had a totally different feel, but it did feel very satisfying to play some of the stages. But we also played some really awful pinball games. That almost feels like there's a disconnect between the player and the paddles. Excuse me. So Travel will take us to a new area. Depending on what area we're in, we'll catch completely different Pokemon, just like in a Pokemon game. The only way to get there is to go up one of the sides. No, not like that. Oh, we missed it. We missed it. You have to unlock the SSN chute by getting 999,999 points. Then you hit the hidden truck bunter 255 times. Then you get a Master Ball from you. I swear. I'm not lying. Right? Okay, let's try this again. Catch is blinking, so if we get the ball into the Whale Lord... No! We're just gonna have to get the rust off. Alright, so in catch mode, you have to hit the bumpers and not screw up. Hit the bumpers at the top. Hit those shroomish, and for each one we do, it'll reveal more of the photo. Come on, we should be able to do this. Now we have to 1, 2, 3. There we go. Play it 3 times. Is this the actual frame rate of the game? Yeah, I think so. Yep, looks like it. Good thing we got the ball saved there. So we caught a Pokemon, and the idea is you want to just keep doing that. You want to either hatch Pokemon, evolve Pokemon you've already caught, or catch Pokemon, and then travel to new areas and keep it going for as long as possible. Is this because is it 30 frames per second? Because normally Game Boy Advance games are like 50. Most of them are, at least. Oh, we got travel. Your kid self would have played the shit out of this, for sure. And you still have to fill up a Pokedex. It's still the main mission. Whoa! It's like 20 frames per second, but it feels like that might just be the speed the ball moves at. Maybe. There's definitely some interesting things going on with the animations, because like the ball's rotating with how many frames? It looks like 24 frames. And then these things like Pikachu and Zigzagoon and the C-Dot, they're like 2 or 3 frames max. So there's like a disjoint, there's a disconnect there visually. Let's try it again. Hold on a second here. Can you change the ball speed? The two things you play the shit out of as a 10-year-old, Pokemon and Space Cadet Pinball. Hell yes. Okay, so Doubleman, it's a little bit ways back in my Game Dev Lab channel in my Discord. If you're not a member of the channel, feel free to join. I posted a link to somebody's Android app they just put together. They formatted 3D Space Cadet Pinball and made it playable for Android. And it's super fun. I have it, it's free. Somebody just, that was a super big fan, decided to format it, and it's great. It's on the phone, it's really easy. It's got the tap controls as well. Highly recommend checking it out. I'll repost it at the end of the stream. I'll repost it in Game Dev Lab. But I think you can look it up. It's 3D Space Cadet Pinball Android. Someone made it just for fun. They're kind of perfect games on the go, you know? We can just slow it down. I don't want to slow it down. That's for sure. Every time you start, you're in a random area. I like that. All about the random. Yeah, I used to play a lot of pinball games with my dad, including this one, and puzzle games. If we get that 4 of those lights shining on the egg, it'll hatch. So we can catch Pokemon, we can hatch Pokemon. Get ourselves a Togepi. Oh, we're in the mart. What can we afford? We can't afford shit. We can only buy 30 seconds of a ball saver. Let's do it. You're gonna stream the Aero GPX demo. What is Aero GPX? It just dropped for the Kickstarter. Is that a indie game that's currently being developed? It's the first indie racer that actually emulates F-Zero, not Wipeout. Oh, it's like pays an homage to the original F-Zero, like Super Nintendo F-Zero. When do you plan on streaming that? Sounds fun. Oh, catch! Here we go. It's supposed to be an homage to F-Zero X and F-Zero GX. Awesome. Very cool. Ooh, is that a Poochyena? That's a Poochyena. Pooch hyena. Nice. Luciano's got F-Zero GX is in your top 3 favorite games of all time, so you're excited to see how it plays. Nice. Yeah, those sort of high-octane, futuristic racers are really neat. That was dumb. Pressed the wrong button. You've been following it for months on Kickstarter? Nice. Very cool. What are we getting? What are we getting? 30-second ball saver. Does that just add to what we already were rocking? I hope so. What the? Whoa. Racing games are also really fun to stream as well. Ooh. Oh. There we go, we got the great ball. We can evolve a Pokemon, we can hatch a Pokemon. Oh, come on. Evolve. Okay, here we go. Evo mode. The only one we can't evolve is Poochyena. And it only counts the ones that you caught this run, because we caught a Pelipper before, but then we got a game over. So we actually have to get the Evo tokens, is what they're called, basically. Or EX tokens, there's one. There's 3 that we need. Yep. 2. I see the 3rd one. And you just have to do it within the time frame that you see. Oh, so close. There we go. Badass. They all have unique sprites, like unique portraits. We got a ton of points there. And the bonus stage is going to take us to the graveyard. It's Friday night. Let's see here. Doubleman says, most of the racing games that have come out have been the floaty Wipeout style, where it's more simulation-esque. But you don't like nearly as much as which is something you don't like nearly as much as the insanely fast, you're always in control style of F-Zero. Yeah, there's something wild and kind of loose about the F-Zero games, But yeah, you always do feel like you're in control. There's also flying segments similar to the N64 F-Zero clone that you forget the name of. You're talking about Diddy Kong Racing? Hello, Ghost. Some great music. This doesn't count as your ball when you're doing the bonus stages, by the way. So in Pokemon Pinball and the Game Boy Color, they had similar segments to this, like little bonus stages. And most pinball games, frankly, they have like little moments. You can like knock the ball up into a bonus stage area. So this is just kind of like replicating that. Devil's Crush had a couple moments like this, a couple areas. Same with Pinbot on the NES, which is based off of a real pinball machine. Pinbot's a lot of fun for it being something super simple. Much better than the black box pinball. Oh, boss time. Dusclops, 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 Dusclops. Oh, Extreme G was the one? That was like an F-Zero clone. I don't think I played it. I used to rent N64 games a lot, but don't think I've seen that one. Whoop. Come on. You did it. Yes. 30 million bonus stage clear. Now we're in the running. I'll be right back. Okay, that's funny. Now the hole was available right away as soon as we started in because we got H-O-L-E. Another ball saver. Oh, you're saying it was a different game that was an F-Zero like where the claim to fame was flying segments, but it wasn't Extreme G? Or you think that that's the game you're talking about? Look at this, we got 42 million. Hell yeah. And we got ourselves a Poochyena and evolved it into a Mightyena. It's a good start. Speaking of Pokemon, we will be doing a poll very shortly in Discord in the next couple of days, where you can vote for the next version of Pokemon that we're going to randomize and do the Nuzlocke challenge in. We recently beat our very first Nuzlocke challenge with randomized Pokemon, abilities, items, and all sorts of stuff in a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red, so it included newer Pokemon, newer abilities, and stuff like that. Then afterwards, because we've done many attempts at Nuzlocke challenges before on the channel, afterwards we played a ROM hack of Pokemon Red on the original Game Boy that did the same thing, included more modern Pokemon and types and moves. And we ended up beating that too with only 2 Pokemon. in our final team, we defeated the champion. So that was pretty cool. We actually got 2 wins in a row. So hopefully for this will be our 3rd win in a row, which will be a real 3-up moment for sure. And you'll get to vote which version it'll be. What won't be in the running is Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, or Pokemon Red or Yellow or Blue, because that was what was in the running earlier. But lots of other options. It'll be fun. Well, there we go. We don't have any cash to spend. This music's great though. Because it's like not quite the music from the Pokemon Marts in the main series games. Excuse me. Thank you. What? Don't avoid the hole, go in the hole. There we go. Come on, big money, big money. Yes! 3 mil. Let's go. And our first hatch. Warming up the egg. What's it gonna be? Ralts. Nice haircut. Nice bowl cut, dude. You got a pretty funny Pokemon haircut. You got a pretty funny Pokemon style. I'm gonna get you. Yep. So when you're hatching Pokemon, they kind of walk all over the entire board. Catching Pokemon's a lot easier because they stay in the middle. But we just got lucky there. I've had a baby Pokemon just stay at the very top, and it's very difficult to get them. Good chunk of points there. All about the high score in a game like this. It's one of my favorite things playing this game with my dad was trying to beat each other's high scores, you know? It's Magnamort. Oh shit. Alright. We hit 3 in a row and got an instant summon. Each time you hit this, you get 500 points. Per Shroomish. Yep. Magnamite. Now, it would have been cool if they made a sequel to this, like on the DS or something, and it was like the Pokemon Pinball Black and White or something like that, because then you could have included Pokemon up to Diamond and Pearl, Black and White, and then maybe they skip X and Y, and then we got a Pokemon Pinball Sun and Moon in a Lowland Pinball game. See, if they kept it going, could have been some cool stuff. You wouldn't have a Sword and Shield one, but you'd have a Scarlet and Violet pinball coming out on the Switch. Where Lechonk could be the Pokeball, you could unlock it as the ball. It's just a rolling pig. Lechonk. Oh, he chonk. Whoop. We gotta travel. which means we need to get the ball to kind of go around, fully around the board, and then we can catch different wild Pokemon. Wow, we're failing here. There we go. Just gotta do, from either direction, you just gotta do that once. And then see where we go. You also have the option to not go anywhere too by pressing B. We go to the beach. Head from the plains to the beach. Oh, sweet, sweet coffee. Holy shit, that is good. This game has nothing to do with Mario and Luigi, but we beat the game and we're just having fun. And I think we're gonna play a Dragon Ball game after this. If anyone has any suggestions of a Game Boy Advance game they'd like to see me play, I don't often do this, but you can totally throw one in the ring. And for sure we're gonna get ourselves a Magneton before we ever try to get a Curly. Come on. A Magneton? You're gonna give me an opportunity to get myself my very own Magneton? And you think I'm just gonna sit here, pass that up? Bullshit. Gotta get that. Fuck you. You kidding me? Sure. Whew. This is not easy. Alright, you know what? That's not bad. We got 3 Pokemon. Evolved 1. Got 52,000. We're getting a little bit of an extra bonus here. An extra 3 mil. Pika Saver saved us twice. Plus the multiplier times 10. Hell yes. That's what I'm talking about. So that's just the end of that first ball. I want to at least get, if we can get 50 mil before losing the first ball, then we're in a good place. It reset the Evo thing because once you go to another ball, it resets all that. If you're in catch mode or Evo mode. Travel. Travel. Fuck. Huh? Shoot. "26 seconds. Are we gonna even be able to do it? Probably not. Give me a break. Well, we're not traveling today. We're staying in the beach. We just got here. Okay. Now we can do it. No problem. Yep, do it multiple times. That's so funny. Yep. When I need it, though. It's not gonna happen. That's amazing. Really? Sorry, I knocked over the microphone there. There we go. Oh, does that usurp catch mode now? Well, now that we're in travel mode? Fuck that. We don't even have the option? Might as well. Might as well. Yeah, no problem now. When the pressure isn't on. There we go. Catch. See what we can catch at the beach. Relicanth. Nice. It's actually a cool find. Yep. Got him. Oh, we got a bonus. And it's Kyogre. Hell yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Whoops. Shit. Hit big fish with ball. Sometimes big fish jump over ball. Sometimes ball hit big fish. Sometimes big fish freeze ball. Let's go. Oh. Yes. With a Pokeball, no less. 50 million. Straight from the Fish himself. That is absolutely perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is the kind of score we want. Let's hatch a second Pokemon. What are we gonna get? Ooh, Chimecho. I always thought Chimecho was a cool design. Not a very strong Pokemon overall, but a cool design. Remember, baby Pokemon can walk all over the map. I'm gonna get lucky again, just like Routes. Yes. Looks like you only gotta hit him twice, too. Perfect. Evo mode start. Perfect. Just an instant unlock. So we can evolve. Oh, we never got to fully evolve Magnemite properly. And those are our options. So let's do it. Let's try again. Let's try for a Magneton. Oh, that was perfect. Exactly what we needed. Maybe our luck is up. Oh, I see. Magneton. Good old Magneton. Straight to the bonus, heck yeah. Second attempt at the graveyard. And we did beat Dusclops last time, so... just gear up for another spoopy boss battle. Oh, here we go. want to indirectly hit it. We don't want to shoot the Pokeball dead on. Shit. Shit. What do we get though? Nothing? No bonus. That's fine. Coins, thank you. Perfect. What can we buy for 52 coins? 60-second, 90-second ball saver, and upgrade. 30-second timer bonus. Or a Pikachu and Pichu on either end of our flippers to save the ball. I wonder. What if we do this? Shit. Shit. Is that it? Yep, that's it. 166 mil. That's a pretty good high score though. Casio, what's up? Big boy in the middle of the flippers, problem solved. Yep. Exactly. Can we do that? Can we unlock Snorlax in the middle of the flippers? Because that would be perfect. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a good one. This is my Sunday, essentially. Normally my Saturday, but my Sunday this week. There it is, folks. 166 mil. Let's give it a shot again. But let's try the second. Let's try the Ruby board. Welcome in, Haseo. We are in the grasslands. Slightly different board, but basically overall the same concept. We've got hatch mode, catch mode, evo mode. And we're looking to get some Pokemon. I'm pretty sure it saved all the Pokemon to our Pokedex that we got in the last runs. Mode, let's go. You miss having a good pinball game. This is a fun one, definitely. What are we gonna catch a Pokeball? A round boy. Yeah, we can get a round boy. caught a ball with the ball, the bang, the bang. You think you remember having this one? I played this one way more than the Game Boy Color one, but the Game Boy Color one I'm pretty sure I just borrowed from my cousin. Ultra Ball, folks. Got that Ultra Ball. It does actually affect your catch rate with Pokemon. I was gonna say drop your Ultra Ball emotes, but that's just in our Discord. Not here. There are way more cool emotes in the Discord for sure. Yep. Haha, hitting the C dot. Nice. Here we go. 30-second ball saver. I will always take that. Thank you. Hatch mode is ready. Damn it. Oh, what the? Into the Whiscash. Let's go. Now for some real round boys. Gotta get the Pokeball up there or knock a Spheal up there. Like that, exactly. You get high points for that too. That works. $50 seconds. Damn it. Takes a lot of your time when you lose a ball for the animation to respawn. Oh, I stopped him from getting it in the net. That's not good. Just in time. Just in time. We got 2 spheles, 2 round boys, which was 10 mil each, and 4 round boys, which was 4 mil each. Nice. No, fuck you. Come on. Come on. One sec, folks. Okay, we're here. There we go. Hatch mode. C-Dot. Ooh. Nice. What? No, not today. We're using the tilt to stop that from happening. Yes. Catch mode, let's go. It's Pucciana again, isn't it? Come on. Really doesn't want us to catch it, huh? There we go. Sweet, sweet coffee. So on the Sapphire board, you got the Dusclops fight. On the Ruby board, we have to tackle Kecleon. Kecleon is invisible, but we can reveal where Kecleon is by either watching things move on the board or getting that candy, which lets us see Kecleon for a short period of time. Yep. I knew it was nearby. Yep. Yep. Ooh. Come on. Shit. Missed it. Missed our chance at the bonus. But we can get this bonus. Nope, we can't. Gotta have to travel first. Yep. The travel took over the bonus, that's okay. Yes. Get the great ball before we travel, and now we are on the coast, it looks like. On the rocky coast. Second ball saver. Oop. Nice. No, come on. Black Blummet. Lark Blummet. Fuck that. It's just destined to happen. That's it. Oh, fuck that. Really? That was too precarious. What a waste. 210,000 before we lose the first ball. That's ridiculous. No way. Not accepting that. Here we go. Loudred. X-Plaid. No, X-Plaid is the fully evolved form. This would be Loudred. There we go. Nice. Spinda. Nice. I wonder if there's different varieties of Spinda in this. Like different markings of Spinda, because you can collect a whole bunch of different ones. I think it's a crazy different amount. I think it's like 700 or something crazy variations of the Spinda patterns. Look at this. Spinda's a cute design. Doesn't evolve or anything. It would be cool to get an evolution, I guess, if you wanted to give it an evolution. Catch him start. Let's go. Who the hell is that? No, come on. Oh, it's Machop. Fuck off. There's too much of that. Fuck off, no. Why is Pikachu doing nothing? Is it because he doesn't have a charge? Because there's no lightning bolt in the bottom right corner of the screen? Maybe that's what's going on. We got ourselves Machop. Another attempt at the Keck. One more try at the Keck. Come on, come on, come on. It's hard to be precise. Yes, did it. 60 mil. $60 million, hell yeah. Oh no! Oh, fuck off. Why? Why is it just perfectly falling between the two flippers? That sucks. Okay, we have one Pikachu charge then. There we go. I just noticed that Pikachu sprite in the bottom is now electrocuting. Like there's like thunder around him. And we've got in the bottom right a little lightning bolt. So now that Pikachu's charged, if the ball goes off to either side, it should be fine. It should actually work and help us out. Ooh. Attention. Nice. Got him. Got him. We got big. What's that? 3 mil. Nice. Thank you. No, fuck that. No. No. Boo. Let's do it. Let's buy a 60-second ball saver. Why not? have one, now we do. No, fuck off. Come on. God, we got the ball saver. Let's get out of this cave. Let's see where it takes us. Okay, straight into the volcano. Small. 100. Great. Oh, almost. Almost in hatch. Another hole. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Big money, big money. No whammy, no whammy. Stop. Yes, I will take that. A free one. And catch mode. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I believe that is a numal. I believe you have my numal. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Pikachu, for the assist. Can't buy anything for 5 coins. We got another 100. Oh, 500. Nice. Thank God we have a ball saber. How many times have I said that this stream? Thank God we have that ball saber. Alright. It's round boy time. There we go. There's the first one. Yes. Perfect. Racking up the points here. Still a minute left. Plenty of time. Yes. Yes. The last 10 seconds. Another Spheal, another Pokeball, we're good. We are good. How much does that give us? 5 Spheals for 25 million points and 6 Pokeballs for 6 mil. That was great. Welcome in, Andy. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. We're playing some Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire on the GBA. We just finished a full playthrough of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, so I figured we'd just mess around with some random Game Boy Advance games. This is one I used to play a ton growing up. And if you're new to the channel, I usually stream every day from about 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific. And do all sorts of stuff like randomizers of retro games. We do hard mode challenges. We do interactive streams where you can spin a wheel, and every time the wheel is spun, I play something different. And now we're trying to catch this baby Wurmple. The baby Worms. There we go, with the assist from Makuhita. Nice. You like pinball? Me too. I'm a huge fan of just pinball games in general. We were talking about 3D Space Cadet Pinball earlier, which somebody recently, it's the one that came with Windows, and somebody recently ported it to Android, Android phones and tablet, 3D Space Cadet Pinball. I played this one a lot. There was a Super Mario Pinball and a Super Metroid Pinball. I think the Metroid Pinball was on DS. Super Mario Pinball was on this. Game Boy Advance. We played Devil's Crush recently, which was a lot of fun. And I also was talking about Pinbot earlier. Pinbot is an NES pinball game. It's one of my favorite ones. And it was actually based off of a real board, like a real pinball machine. There's also a pretty cool Deadpool pinball machine out there. And an Iron Maiden one that's pretty badass. I played. You Wreck and Space Cadet. You gotta check out the Android. If you want to join the Discord, I'm gonna be posting in the Game Dev Lab section, which is just a place for people to hang out and talk about game dev and just different projects people are working on. I posted a link to the Android, where you can just search 3D Space Cadet Pinball Android. It's like an unofficial thing, just made by a fan for people. And it's actually surprisingly good on the go. Earlier I was also saying how it kind of sucks that they didn't just keep going with these games, because it would have been cool to have one of these on the Switch, one of these on the 3DS. Not as easy as the Kai Ogre fight, I will say that. I don't think so. I don't think it would kill your phone battery that much. Whoa. Sorry about the coughing, by the way. I just got something in the back of my throat. I got some really bad allergies. Whoa, we did a bunch of damage there. That was decent. I don't know if we're gonna do it with this though. This time around. Yes! Oh my god, we got so lucky. He's getting out of here. $50 mil. Nice. Another bonus. I'm trying to avoid it. There we go. Oh, fuck off. Ah. Yep, for sure. What's some of everyone else's favorite pinball games? If you could recommend a pinball game or a retro pinball game, what would it be? Like I said, we played Devil's Crush recently. I really like Pinbot on NES. This one, there's a Kirby pinball game. Sonic Spinball is pretty cool, but it doesn't really feel like a pinball game. It just feels like a completely different game that has aspects of pinball. In fact, the Casino Night Zone and the Sonic Classic games, the Genesis games, feels more like a pinball game than Sonic Spinball does. Oof. Nice. I'm so down with that. Pichu! Pichu! If you got that Pichu emote. Thank you, Totodile, the most Looney Tunes looking Pokemon of the bunch. But I could totally picture a Pokemon Pinball Black and White or a Pokemon Pinball Sun and Moon. Like an Alolan pinball game, that would be so fun. I would play a Cuphead-themed pinball game. A Popeye-themed pinball game. A Tiny Toons Adventures-themed pinball game. An Animaniacs-themed pinball game. Come on, let's go. Keep it coming. What other ones? Pocky and Rocky, remember that game? Really, really fun, sort of top-down shoot 'em up. But imagine that with those characters in that style. Pocky and Rocky Pinball. Castlevania kart. I still think that's funny. Resident Evil Racers. I would totally play Resident Evil Racers. Oh, you always play as Nemesis. Oh no! They hit me with a Jill sandwich. I was in 8th, now I'm in 4th. Oh wait, that's a good thing. I was in 4th, now I'm in 8th. What other things could be in a Resident Evil racing game? All the different weapons. You could have chainsaws. Bring a little Twisted Metal vibe in there. Make it a little wild. What is happening? Is it volcano erupting? Something happened. We're just gonna roll with it. And we're traveling. Okay. Be careful, be careful. That didn't count. Nope, we're staying in the volcano. There we go. There we go. Back to the plains. I'm cool with this as long as we don't run into a Poochyena. Again. For the third time. Hatchet, hatchet. Pichu, yes. That's cute. It's not just helping us on the board. We can actually catch one. Yep. Yes. Got it. Pichu! Nope. Straighten your catch mode. I like how there's variety in the animations, like sometimes Totodile will drop a rope and slide down and drop a new egg. Sometimes Aerodactyl will fly in and drop an egg. It's not always the same. Okay. Just going everywhere but where we need to. Jeez. Quite the goose chase. Electric mandrill, basically. Big. Gives us 4 mil. Hell yeah. It's 3 mil last time. Woo. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Here we go. We have a chance at Evo mode after this as well, so we can evolve one of our Pokemon that we've caught. We've caught 8 already, so should have a good mix to pick from. So there's only these 2 boards, but it's a very, very fun game. Easy to get kind of hooked into it. That's why it's a perfect like road trip game. We got our personal best in the runs that we've been doing today, so we haven't cracked 200 million yet, and we're at 217 million. Koopaling again. Another chance at 50 mil. Let's go. There's 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. I want to count them to see if we can, if it's consistent every time. 5 hits. 6, 7, 8. 30 mil, not 50 mil. We can do hatch or Evo mode is open to us. Yes. So down. Yes. Ultra ball. Another hatch, another hatch, another hatch, another hatch, another hatch, another hatch. Skitty! Okay. Yep, one. And... I'm lucky I had the boss out. Yes. That's it, folks. That sucks. We got 6 Pokemon in that ball, though. Didn't evolve any, didn't get a bonus. Huge multiplier. 100 mil at the end, almost cracking 400 million with that bonus at the end. Wow. That is going up on the high score. I'm definitely going to play this game again. Haven't played it in a very long time. It's been fun to kind of revisit. I was going to play a few other games. Dragon Ball Z game. And a trading card game. But I think I'm going to call it. Because we had a pretty long stream. About 6 hours, and we completed Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. So if you've been hanging out, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You can normally catch me here every single day at 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'm usually live at 10 a.m. Pacific. Tomorrow I will not be streaming. I'm taking the day off. And basically just doing a family dinner thing. But I will be back again on Friday. Now that we beat Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, we're not going to dive directly into Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, but that will be the next one that we do in the series of Mario RPGs. So we'll add that to our game list in the Discord, and if you're not a member of the Discord already, feel free to join. I do cartoon streams there, I do randomizer itch.io games, and also Dicey Dungeons. I wanted to be doing some of the Dicey Dungeons Halloween DLC this year, but, you know, it's also a busy month as well, so I'm just trying to sneak in what I can. Either way, if you haven't played Dicey Dungeons, I highly recommend checking it out. It's a decent price. And the DLC, there's 2 full DLC packs that take a lot of time to beat, and they're free. Thank you to the recent followers. Thank you to Itarama for the recent raid. Stick around, we're gonna raid somebody. It looks like a ton of people are alive right now. Now we're gonna keep up the Retro Roulette series for the rest of October, where we play spooky and horror and Halloween themed games. I've been really enjoying it. It's also interactive, so you can spin the wheel, and whenever the wheel is spun, I have to stop what I'm doing and play something else. We are going to raid our good friend Abby Jams, who is playing some Castlevania Curse of Darkness. Haven't been there in a while. Let's go hang out there. If you're watching on YouTube, this is the last and final part of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, feel free to check out Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario, or any of our unedited streams, including the previous parts to this playthrough, on my YouTube channel. I will see you in the next stream on Friday at around 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific. Take care.